order. If we should encounter an emergency situation, please everyone exit the building. There's 2 sets of doors off of the lobby, and if for some reason those exits are not available, you can follow council behind us and there's another set of doors. Our muster point is located near the gazebo in Lions Park, and if we are to be evacuated for any reason, we will not re-enter the building until we're given an all clear from staff. Next, I do want to give a notice that this meeting is being recorded. The recording may include your image, voice, or other personal information. This information is collected under the Protection of Privacy Act, and if you have any questions about this, please contact the town's Access and Privacy Coordinator. Next, we'll move to the land acknowledgement. Councillor Ostindi.
The town of Sylvan Lake respectfully acknowledges that the land on which we gather is Treaty 6 territory, home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. These lands are traditional meeting grounds, gathering places, and travel routes for many nations, including the Cree, Dene, Blackfoot, Métis, Saulteaux, and Nakota Sioux. We are grateful for the traditional knowledge keepers and elders who are still with us today, and those who have gone before us. We acknowledge and thank all the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit whose footsteps have marked these lands for centuries, and I'll add for many millennia.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Ostindi. Next, we'll move along to open microphone. Open microphone is an opportunity for residents to speak to council on an item of within our council authority that is of something you'd like to note to us. I'll note we have 5 minutes designated for each open microphone speaker, up to a maximum of 15 minutes, which we only have 1 sign up for tonight's open mic, so we'll just take the 5 minutes for that. And our speaker tonight is Elaine Dumont. Welcome. You can come settle up into the front, turn the microphone on. You'll just watch the time clock, wait for the beeps, and then we're happy to hear from you. If you can just start with an introduction.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody.
Oh, and just hang tight. A whole bunch of beeps will interrupt you. There we are. There we go.
Okay, I was stopping by tonight to hope that Town Council could clarify the purpose of municipal government. There's been a lot of drama online, as I'm sure all of you know, right versus left. But it's my understanding that municipal government is nonpartisan, and we're not dealing with issues that provincial government and federal government deal with. So I was just hoping that somebody could define the role of municipal government and the role of the councillors, please.
Sure. Now, typically after an open mic presentation, we would have an administrative response prepared back, but I will share, you're absolutely right. As you see from our agenda items, it's items that are of municipal importance. We deal with roads, recreation, all of those types of issues, and it really doesn't go any further than that. We do try not to go into anything that would be overstepping into other levels of government. So hopefully that answers part of it, and we certainly could give you a more detailed response as well. Council, do we have any questions?
I'm just wondering if you can explain the role that we have, that we only are allowed to ask questions.
Correct, yeah. Yes. So just for clarity, presentations, we are only allowed to ask questions for clarity back of presenters. We unfortunately in this venue can't do a back and forth conversation of it. So that's why I asked council, is there any questions of clarity? And if there's not, other than that,
can you define the role of a Sylvan Lake councillor?
We could certainly provide you with the definition. I don't want to misspeak in the wrong words. We do have it up on our website, and it was part of our candidate packages as well. But you are very correct. We have a pretty limited scope of items within our municipal authority that we deal with, and we're happy to provide you some additional information for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And we do have your contact information. Just for everyone's note, when you speak at open microphone, you do sign up with that information to allow us to do that follow-up after the fact. All right, we have nobody else on open microphone tonight, so we will move along to the adoption of the agenda. Ms. Phillips, do we have any additional items for tonight?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I have a request from Councillor Johannesson to request to attend the meeting virtually to add to the agenda, suggesting consent agenda.
Sure. Council, any comments? Councillor Ostindi?
Just so I don't have to pull it off consent, can I ask that it just be added to the agenda? Be, of course, right at the top.
Sure, certainly. That's great. Any other additions, Ms. Phillips?
No other additions.
Thank you. All right, we will move that to business item 4C. It doesn't fit in our categories, that's why I hesitate there, but we will put it in that place. With that, I'll look for a motion to adopt tonight's agenda. Councillor Cindy?
I move that we adopt the agenda as amended.
Great. Any comments, council? All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. We'll move right along into that agenda item. Councillor Johansson, I guess we'll go to you.
Yeah, so I spoke to Ms. Phillips and Mr. Lebsack today, who's the Director of Protective Services, with some concerning threats and messages I've been getting online. So it came to the conclusion that it's best for the safety of myself and everyone in council right now with these threats, which may be serious and maybe not, but I don't want to put you guys at risk or myself at risk. And so talking to my family, talking to Ms. Phillips and Mr. Lebsack today, it seemed like this was the best decision to make. So yeah, I'm here virtually and ready to contribute. So hope that's understandable.
And do you want to start by putting a motion on the floor?
Yeah, sure. I move that Councillor Johansson be able to attend the regular meeting of council tonight due to personal safety concerns and safety concerns of everyone in the room.
Thank you. Council, we'll open it up for any comments. Councillor Oostende, go ahead.
I don't ask these questions with any flippant mindset. I have a background in violent risk threat assessments here in Alberta, level 1 and 2. I've done multiple risk assessments as well in my profession. I want to question for admin, have we received a RCMP file number regarding Councillor Johansson's threats against him as alleged?
No, we have not.
Okay. Maybe a question for Mr. Johansson. Councillor Johansson, do you have a RCMP file number that you can share with the town? And I ask that in context of the need for the town to coordinate on that file.
Yeah, so like I said, I spoke to Ms. Phillips and Mr. Lebsack today. I wanted to speak to them first and hear their advice and explain the things. I did show them and read to them the threats that I've been receiving, and I'm compiling those currently and will be going to the RCMP station either tomorrow or Thursday after this meeting. So I'm happy to share those screenshots with you if you want, but I'll say they're pretty vulgar. I don't know if we want to have that on council, but I can do that if you'd like as well.
I don't need the screenshots. I just need that we as a town have that RCMP file number. And before a threat is fully analyzed, we are potentially all in threat. If one of us as councillor colleagues is concerned to be sitting right beside me, that also means I am under threat potentially. And we have members of the public who attend this meeting. So I think this should be raised at a very high level, and the RCMP are the most appropriate authority on these matters. Not myself, despite my training, and not us as municipal officials here in this room, or the public who come to this chambers assuming safety. So I think that should be expedient. I'm willing to support the motion tonight, but if it has to be affirmed that I am safe to be here in very short order, as well as any other person in this room.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Oostende. Any additional comment? In terms of a follow-up, is that something you'd like to action?
We can certainly have, under request of admin, do we have that in that one on our agenda? We can have motions then.
Perfect. That sounds great. We've got a motion on the floor with no further comment. All those in favor and opposed, and that is carried. Councillor Johansson, welcome to the meeting. You now can formally vote.
Sorry, I was already voting, my bad.
It's all good. Next, move to public hearings and delegations. We have our friends from the Silver Lake Lodge Foundation here with us today. And as you settle in, I just realized we skipped on past the consent agenda, so we will do that, but feel free to take your seat. Would someone like, as a reminder, Council, all items marked with an asterisk on our agenda cover page are ones recommended by administration to be along on the consent agenda. But they're certainly up to us if we'd like to remove any of those items. What I'll ask is if there's any you have extensive questions or you'd like to have further discussion on, to please do so prior to the motion being made. So Council, are there any items we'd like to remove from consent? Seeing none, now I'll look for a motion. Councillor Iwanicki.
I move that the 2026-06-23 regular meeting of council meeting minutes be approved as presented. The council awards the tender for the 2026 pavement overlay program to Border Paving Limited of Red Deer, Alberta for an amount not to exceed $235,000, including $60,000 in contingency and excluding the GST as presented in report AIR 1443. That council approve L001002F, council policies and administrative directives policy as presented in report AIR 1448, and further that L001002E, council policies and administrative directives policy is hereby rescinded. That council approve L001009A, request for letters of support as presented in report AIR 1450, and further that L001009, request for letters of support policy is hereby rescinded. That council approve L002018, donations and sponsorships policy as presented in report AIR 1451, and that council approve first reading of the Community Standards Bylaw 1959-2026 as presented in report AIR 1454.
Thank you very much. We have that motion on the floor, so I'll ask for council's vote. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, and thank you for catching that. Now we are thrilled to hear from you. You'll see, that timer does not work. I believe we have another timer that you'll see on the bench. And once we get that set, we are happy to hear from you. You guys can go ahead and get started. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, Mayor Hansen and Council. My name is Sharon Fuchs, and I am the board chair for the Sylvan Lake Foundation, and this is our executive director, Tracy Elliott. The foundation was started in the 60s by a group of concerned citizens who wanted to ensure that every senior had a safe and affordable place to live. And in 1966, they built the lodge, and the lodge has 59 units in it that provide housekeeping and meals to independent seniors. They also built a manor, 12 units. These are 12 affordable self-contained units. They're about 500 square feet. So we have a total of 71 units. And today, the foundation has a 7-member board, 2 of whom are appointed by town council. We currently have Ian and Holly on our board. And the board has realized that in a town of over 17,000 people, 71 affordable units isn't enough. And so one of the things that we've noticed is that our waiting list has grown. We now have 55 people on our waiting list for our lodge, and there's 59 units. And we have 22 people on the waiting list for the manor, which is only 12 units. So the need is very much there. And in addition to what we have on the waiting list, we know that there are members in the community that are also looking for accommodation. I know of 3 couples. I spoke to them probably 18 months ago when they realized that they were going to need some help. And I suggested to them that they put their name on the waiting list for the lodge. And they said, oh no, that waiting list is way too long. We are not going to do that. And these are couples that have had a business in Sylvan. They've raised a family here. They've lived here their whole lives. And today, 18 months later, they are in a situation where they are coping with Meals on Wheels and home care and family members and community support, but they could really use the time of being in the lodge. So as a board, we had a vision of providing more affordable housing in the town of Sylvan and Lake. And we have been talking with community partners, one of whom is the Lions Club. We're currently working through a memorandum of understanding with the Lions Club. And we also hired a consultant, Leading Housing. They have led many groups such as ours into the planning for affordable housing and also the actual building of it. So they have come up, or we have come up with a plan. Actually, we call it a two-phase plan for seniors. And so phase one is the development of a 24-unit self-contained property. And phase two would be adding to the lodge. So today, we are mostly focusing on phase one as our sort of first steps. So I'm going to turn this over now to Tracy to talk about what Leading Housing has helped us develop.
First of all, before I move on to the second part of the presentation, I'd like to acknowledge the community members that are sitting in our gallery who are here in support of our plan. So if you could raise your hands, please, and let us know who's all here in support. We're excited to emphasize how important this need is in our community. Part one is getting permit ready. So as you can see, environmental site assessment is something that we have to pay for, obviously. Geotechnical investigations, building and condition assessment. Our buildings are both 60+ years old, and we need to know whether they are safe to modify or if we need to rebuild. What direction do we need to take? We have to get a design and development permit. We have to do cost on consultant and surveyor costs, and we also have to pay for consulting on the project. So we have hired a consultant to tell us what we should build. We also have to hire a consultant to lead us through that process because this building hasn't been built in 60 years. And even though we do have a resident who was married to one of the original town board members, the board members that built the original lodge, the others aren't around to guide us in that project. So those costs have come to an estimate of $710,000, and that's just to get the development program going. That is the costs that we were asking to cover in our request letter that's been submitted to the town of Sylvan Lake, and we just wanted to illustrate what path we would be taking with that money. So getting permit ready allows us to open the door to the second phase. So because Sylvan Lake was recognized as a top performing Housing Accelerator Fund municipality, the Affordable Seniors Project that we're proposing is exactly what that money should be used for. The type that the money was designated. We're asking the town to partner with us to start this project. So, if the town of Sylvan Lake does invest and does become a partner with the Sylvan Lake Foundation, that will open the door to federal money such as CMHC housing and an accelerator fund. It'll also open the door to the province of Alberta with capital grants and manor property equity. The manor is originally owned by the province of Alberta, so we would have to absolutely talk to them about helping be a partner with us. But if the municipality does show us that they have faith in us to move the project forward, it would just make it easier for the province to work with us. Oh, apologies, and the community partners. As Sharon mentioned before, the Lions Club of Sylvan Lake has been diligently working toward a project like this, and they're eager to get things moving. We've had meetings with the committee, and it's a very positive response. So we're eager to work with them, but we're also eager to see if there's anybody out there that is willing to work with us as well. This is going to take probably more than one partnership, and us being here tonight and talking about it is going to open that door. So phase 2, or part 2 of our project, will be, after the permits are issued, will be requests for the Dollars for Doors program. And this request will come after we get the permits in place, which that 710 will hopefully cover. So we have figured out that why the town must leave is the Housing Accelerator Fund dollars need a local project, and we are about as local as you get. Grants follow municipal commitments, so if the municipality has faith in the project and is willing to donate, then that will extend our credibility to those folks who are out there willing to listen to us in application for grants. We can't do it alone. We have almost enough equity to do it, but we need the support, as we already have from the town of Sylvan Lake in their requisition for financing and operations. And the capital development would require a municipal partner, and it's obvious that the town of Sylvan Lake would be that partner. And the housing needs, obviously, were brought forward in 24 or 25 with the housing needs assessment. And with the extent that the town has grown, it's very, very obvious that there's a lot of seniors in town that are looking for their future home, and we are excited to help provide it. Today's request is the phase 1 money of $710,000. We ask that the council pass a formal resolution of support. We also ask that it's the direct administration to support the Housing Accelerator application with Foundation. We ask that they consider covering off-site levies once a suitable site is confirmed. And what's that last one, Sharon? Because it's covered. Is that last one? My apologies. And we ask that are we offered to bring back to the council a report within 90 to 120 days on where we are as far as that development is concerned.
Thank you very much. Council will open it up for questions.
Sure.
Councilor Bilodeau.
Hello.
Hi, Holly.
Could you tell us the number of rooms that the lodge currently has for residents?
Certainly. We have 59 suites at the moment for the lodge. As Sharon illustrated, we had 12 in the Manor. The Manor is provincially owned, and we just manage it for them, but there is a great need for that Manor level accommodation as well. There are 60 residents living in 59 suites. We obviously have couples in there, and the suites are, I compare them to hotel rooms. So they are a single room with a bathroom in them. So they do not meet industry standards at this point.
And can you tell me about the wait list for the lodge currently?
The wait list is in flux. When I started in 2024, there was 12 people on the lodge wait list. I've been there 2.5 years, and it's grown to 55, which almost doubles our need. So obviously, we could probably easily fill 80 rooms in the community right now.
And then the Manor has 12 independent,
The Manor has 12
self-contained?
independent, self-contained, and the waiting list there is 22, so easily double again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Ostindi.
Just on that very last note about the manor, I understand some people will phone and not put their name on the wait list because the wait list is too long. They know it will never serve them in their lifetime. Is that correct? Just to put it on the record?
That is correct, Councillor Ustindi. The reason is it's adequate accommodation. It's a little apartment with 1 bedroom and a kitchen and a living room and a bathroom, and it's really, really good accommodation. People get very comfortable. They can afford to live there. They don't move unless their needs warrant them having to move. We've had people in there 12, 15 years. So you're absolutely right. People, they don't put their name on the waiting list anymore because nobody moves out. But now the word is spread in the community that somebody is looking at something, and that waiting list has popped right up.
Another question just about accessibility. That's a key thing for us as we get older. I understand there's only a couple of rooms in the lodge that are actually what we'd call fully accessible.
That's correct.
And most of the rooms, the vast majority are not. If I'm correct, there's only 4 accessible ones or something like that?
That's correct. And it's simply because they are adjoining rooms, so they do have a middle door. It's 2 rooms that has a middle door. And the reason it's accessible is because we've had to modify those rooms to make them a little bit bigger.
Okay. And so walkers and wheelchairs are not easy when you're living that lifestyle. You need those mobility aids. So even the rooms that we have are actually not meeting the standard is what I'm
Correct.
wondering and trying to be clear about.
That is correct.
Yeah.
The standard was addressed, I believe, in 1991 when the refurbishment happened. But again, that was 35 years ago. So things have changed since then as well.
Yeah. Okay.
A question. Is the board taking any steps or have any plans to establish a capital fundraising campaign?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That is the next step. We have actually just talked to the consultants about what we should actually build. And we believe that we need to take it to the next level, to take it to architecture for design. We need to have something to present to people. We can't just say, you know, we've had a fun idea, let's build something, and not show them something tangible. So as far as marketing that is concerned, that's right on the agenda next, as soon as we get all of the other professions in place and get something ready to show.
That's great. Do you have any targets for what you hope to achieve out of that campaign?
One of our targets is absolutely to bring visibility to the community regarding the need for the seniors housing, but we would like to not just start with this project, we'd like to move on to other projects. We'd like to be a foundation that does more than just the manor or more than just the lodge. We'd like to be a foundation that moves into affordable housing for the whole community, whatever the needs might be.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Winicki.
How fast can we help you?
I guess that's not a question I expected. How fast can we? I think as fast as you need to go. Is that the right answer? I realize that there is a need to report to the federal government regarding your Housing Accelerator Fund, and we are willing to move as fast as the town of Sylvan Lake is willing to move.
Thank you. Final call for additional questions? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation, and I'll note for those in the gallery, we do have this up later in the evening to discuss further.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we'll move along to business item 7E, the council advocacy item adoption and appointments. Ms. Phillips, do we have a presentation on this, or would you like me just to introduce it?
I'm realizing that this is actually probably me and yourself, yes. So as you all know, we've made some changes within our department, so we're shifting where advocacy goes. With that, we have made some recommendations on our plans internally on how we're addressing this for staff support, but we're looking for a formal appointment from council for each of these committees. It'll be the mayor plus one member of council, and then from there we will continue to update our advocacy and bring forward more documentation once we have that.
Excellent.
And steps.
Thank you. So really, we're just formalizing our current process, and now that we've added a new item, council asks that we suspend our regular procedure for this item, and rather than starting with a motion on the floor, we can start with discussion and put motions on the floor afterwards. Any objections to that? Seeing none, all right. I can lead with a couple that just might make our life easy. Both the education and the tourism ones, we do have education. Councillor Payne is currently appointed to that, and tourism is Councillor Mearns. Our practice generally is not to do dramatic shuffles here because they're working very hard on those ministerial relationships. So I'll check in on those two, and they both have an appetite to continue. How do we feel about that? And then we've got the two remaining ones to talk about. But any specific comments on education and tourism? No. Okay, great. Next, we'll back up to healthcare. We'll do all the motions together at the end. And Councillor Bilodeau, I'm wondering if I can defer to you first. Just because you have your toes in two items right now. And go ahead.
I sure do. So I selected healthcare as the lead at the beginning of my term, which I've been doing, and my work with Heart. I am also on the Sylvan Lake Foundation, and we've added that, which is amazing that we've added that to our advocacy list and we did that through our strategic planning. So I think the conversation is, who's going to lead the seniors housing advocacy, and I would like to take that on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's talk specifically on that one. Any further discussion? Councillor Ostindi, I actually should just dial back on this one for background for everyone. When we're talking about seniors housing specifically, this is a new item, but it does very closely work with the work that happens on the Sylvan Lake Lodge Foundation board. Currently, Councillor Ostindi and Councillor Bilodeau sit on that board. One of the considerations for us, certainly, is that Councillor Ostindi's term is about to expire on that board, and Councillor Bilodeau could potentially have up to 3 additional years on it. So if we tie those together, that's of importance, but also I'll defer to you, Councillor Ostindi. Any thoughts on that one? Being that you've both worked so closely.
Sure. One of the thoughts is that I have to take a 1-year reprieve from that committee. I don't think it's the most critical factor to be on that committee or not. I've got my head in the game. So I also, of any of the advocacies, that's the one I would prefer. And so I have an interest in it, and I would have an interest in being reappointed in the future on the Lodge Committee later in the term. So that's my thinking. Yeah.
I'll throw it out for conversation. Councillor Iwanicki.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, I think it's important on the seniors housing side to have someone with some experience in it, so they're not just thrown into the deep end on it. And I appreciate Councillor Bilodeau's relatively new to it, but you've been on the foundation for a while, and there's a personal attachment there. So I think there would be a good fit on either side to take on that advocacy role, and I'd be happy to support either.
No, I personally do think that those tie very closely together. I think it would be hard to separate, but I'm also not opposed to making a transition when that reappointment were to happen again, or seeing how that flows out. But I love everyone else's opinion on that. I do think it would be hard to be the lead on our seniors housing advocacy, but not be able to be seated on that board. And the reason for that, just for clarity for everyone here, that is definitely not a municipal decision. I don't want to speak for the Lodge Committee. It's probably not their decision either. I bet you they'd hold on to him tight if they could, but it's actually within the ministerial order that you're only permitted to serve 2 terms, 2 consecutive terms prior to taking a break on there. So that does pose a bit of a challenge for us, especially because our term lengths have changed over the years, but they were 1 singular year for a while here. And I'm glad we've got that changed, but the order goes by amount of terms, not length of terms, which is a frustrating little loophole, I think, for all of us. But any additional thoughts on that? We've got 2 interested parties for it. How would we like to settle this, Council? Does anyone else? Yeah. Have thoughts on that, sitting on the committee versus not predicament?
Chime in just so it's
Please.
not dead air. I mean, I haven't sat on that committee, so I don't really know how directly, like, the attendance on that committee attributes itself towards taking a lead on advocacy. But I defer to the judgment of people who have sat on that board, and if they think it would be valuable, then I sat on the fence, it would probably lean a little bit more towards the person currently sitting on it. But
Any thoughts on that, or why that might not be the case? And then Councillor Johannesson, I'll jump to you. No, go ahead, Councillor Johannesson.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I have a preference either way. I think if there's passionate people that want to do the job, I don't know how to make that decision, to be honest with you. So.
Okay, with that indecision, maybe I'll suggest we jump to healthcare, and then we could pull straws, really, if we wanted to, unless you guys would like to come to an agreement on that. I'll leave both of those. Health advocacy, currently have Councillor Bilodeau, and I will say my recommendation is that one person does not serve on two of these. The workload is too substantial to do both the healthcare lead and the lodge, to be able to give it to the energy that we're hoping to get out of there. We've heard from Councillor Johannesson also has an interest in healthcare. Anyone else? Okay. Does your council, how would you like to settle this? Then we need to go back to the lodge decision. Would you like us to do it at random, or do we have a leaning, Councillor Iwanicki?
well, I just pass a comment because it kind of flows into both.
Yeah, it does.
If Councillor Stindy was on the seniors housing, could Councillor Bilodeau stay on healthcare? I know there's a preference on wanting to go to housing, so I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm just curious.
Councillor Bilodeau.
Yes, that's the way it is right now. The challenge is that I'm also on the seniors foundation, and I'm already doing that work. So and I'm doing a bit of both already. So I guess really it comes down to how, Ian, because you're my senior on the.
I am older.
Not
than you.
a senior, but my senior. I value, if you want to lead the housing, I didn't want to take that from you. There is that challenge piece with the foundation term. I feel it's quite important to be connected to what the board is doing in order to lead the advocacy on that. That's why I'm throwing my name in the ring to do that. So, but I also do not want to feel like I'm taking something. So if I'm chosen to do that, I will have to let the healthcare advocacy go, which means I will give up my heart committee appointment. So.
Councillor Johannesson.
Yeah, so I guess, oh, sorry, there's a fly in my house. Get out of here. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I guess at this point, maybe how to move the conversation along, I would vote, or I would support Holly in doing this. I would like to go on the Heart Committee. It's one that I've been interested in for a while. So from a, I guess, selfish standpoint, I would like to take that committee on. So I would put my support behind Councillor Bilodeau for her passion. Obviously, she cares about it deeply, and I think she'd do a great job. And also, selfishly, I would like to take on the Heart Committee as well. So,
Sure. Ms. Phillips, do you have a thought?
Sorry, my only thought is the daytime commitments. I believe that those
Yes.
meetings are Monday mornings.
I would ask that, direct question is, does your year-round availability allow for those monthly daytime commitments? And we are in person.
Yeah. So you kind of sent the schedule there, and the Monday days are good for me for putting my daughter with my in-laws. So I've checked that with them, and yeah, that won't be a problem.
Okay. With that, I hear a bit of a leanings when it comes to the Lodge Foundation. Sorry, Councillor Ostindi, but we will put the motion on the floor at least, and then we'll see how the vote works for that. Ms. Phillips?
So what I'm hearing is with this, you would plan, Councillor Bilodeau, you would plan to step down from the Heart Committee. So we would bring that back to the next meeting to appoint a member. Do we then hold off on appointing the advocacy person as well to allow us to bring back the item? And then obviously Councillor Johannesson's interested once that's formalized. There's also 3 councillors not here. So I just thought once that's formalized in August, we could then appoint that advocacy member.
That is a good
Does that
point.
make
I
sense?
wouldn't envision the change in members personally on Heart until the end of this term, which does mean double duty for a handful of months, which is what has been happening. But that is when we naturally do new committee orientation and all of that. And there is no meetings over the summertime, a bit of work that's already started for the September event, but there really just is the one meeting before then with a bunch of terms that turn over. So I would anticipate that that be a delayed change at the org meeting anyways. It's really just identifying. And the other thing I'll point out, and we certainly want to do this with the rest of councils in attendance, but we will need someone else to join the Lodge Committee starting in October as well, when Councillor Ostindi's term expires. So somebody else will need to step into that one for that term. So I'll plant that seed as well. Councillor Johannesson, would your availability allow for that as well, potentially?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, great. But we'll float that one at our org meeting. Councillor Ostindi, thought?
I was just going to say, could we not just make all those appointments all at once?
In what
Now,
sense?
like, do we really need to wait for the organizational meeting? Change in committee like Heart?
We could do
Well, I
committees.
don't see why we wouldn't do that at the same time and start it immediately.
Sure. Yeah, we certainly do have that ability to change thresholds. Although I guess we could. It's definitely up to the will of council. Now that I think out loud, probably wouldn't recommend it, only because it would allow those that are currently working on projects coming up in September to finish that work. Unless we're able to jump into that over the summer. I'm not sure how much overlap there is there, but yeah. Thoughts on doing it earlier?
I think go for it.
Yeah.
But, yeah. And knowing the mood of the room, I'm a good, usually reader of that. It's very nice to be a free agent. And when I ran for this position, I thought a lot about a healthy lake. And one of our master plans talks about naturalization. And that is something that I am more than happy to work more towards. So I'll be a thorn in everybody's side on those topics in the meantime. So thank you for freeing me up.
I love that. Okay, starting to hear some direction. Do we have any further discussion, or would someone like to start putting some motions on the floor? And I will say, change in appointment for the Lodge Foundation would not happen until October, of course. That is one that would continue. And we wouldn't want to do that early, because then that could potentially count as a term, and we've termed somebody out before they've even started, and we've worked very hard to stagger that. So, would someone like to pick a motion and throw it on the floor? Great, Councillor Owenicky.
Do we want to just start at the top of the list?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. The council adopt healthcare as an advocacy priority for the 2025-29 council term as outlined in report AIR 1444. And further, that council assign the mayor and Councillor Johannesson as the elected officials to lead this item.
And then the further conversation, this doesn't include the Heart Committee. What is the will? Oh, let's vote on this one, actually. And then we'll talk about the will of council of changing that committee appointment sooner versus later. So we have a motion on the floor. Any further comments? All those in favor? And opposed? Now back to, would we like to make a change in appointments in the short term, or would we like to continue on as is for now? Councillor Johannesson.
I would like to just hear from Councillor Bilodeau. I know she's passionate about the things that she does, and I'm not sure obviously what project she's working on, but I'm more than happy to take it over in the short term if she's comfortable with that. But of course, if she's if she's, wanting to do those projects, that's no issue with me. So I'd really kind of lean on her. I know that these committees mean a lot to her. So yeah, I would lean on her, but I'm personally willing to do it whenever she's comfortable with it.
Councillor Bilodeau.
You'd be fine to take it over, honestly. I am on the list to organize a Wranglers game for the fall. So, I mean, there might be a little I can kind of transition you on, but I think you'd be fine. I really don't have a concern rolling it over quickly. We were just going into our summer break. I don't think we meet now until September anyways. We would just have to identify whether or not that we need to do some planning to get a date in order for that. That would be my only concern. Yeah.
Sure. Any other thoughts? Go ahead. Okay, sure.
I move that we replace Councillor Bilodeau with Councillor Johansson on the Heart Committee.
Great. And what I'll ask is if you guys could connect on the Wranglers game, just so the planning and the date identification, Councillor Johansson can take that over. That would be great.
You bet.
Great. A motion on the floor. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Would someone like to put forward an education motion?
Sure.
Thank you.
Let's keep it moving. The council adopt education as an advocacy priority for the 2025-29 council term as outlined in report AIR 1444, and further that council assign the mayor and Councillor Payne as the elected officials to lead this item.
Great. Any further comments?
We should just appoint Councillor Payne to everything. He's not here to argue.
We could really have some fun with this tonight.
I joke.
All right, motion on the floor. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Next up.
Let's keep it going.
Thank you.
The council adopt tourism as an advocacy priority for the 2025-29 council term as outlined in report AIR 1444, and further that council assign the mayor and Councillor Mearns as the elected officials to lead this item.
Great. Additional comment? All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Do you want to kick off the last one?
Yeah. That council adopt seniors housing as an advocacy priority for the 2025-29 council term as outlined in report AIR 1444, and further that council assign the mayor and Councillor Bilodeau as the elected official to lead this item.
Excellent. Final comment? All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. My final request on this item is that we could set up a meeting on each of these to get the new committee members up to speed, ensure they have a briefing note at their fingertips, and ensure that they would be prepped to speak on that if needed. And ideally over the summer, that would be a great time to do that kind of catch up so they're ready to roll into work in the fall. Excellent. Okay, we will move into Alberta Muni's Fall Convention 2026. Council, I'll just give you a brief update on this. Every year we put in requests for any ministers that we'd like to meet with while we're at the fall convention. So this is our opportunity to discuss that. We'll want to get those in over the summertime, certainly, and it's a bit of a shot in the dark. We'll put in 4 requests and we might get 1 or 2 meetings secured out of it. A couple things to keep in mind. We want to, of course, choose things that align with items that we've talked about as council. We also want to ensure that they're items that are specific to our municipality or that could be potentially actioned and that aren't repeat meeting requests. Of course, we had a meeting last year with a specific minister on one item. It's unlikely we would be granted a request to have that meeting again. So with that, we have a number of options available to us, and I'll open it up again for discussion if there's any meeting requests that we'd like to put forward. And I'll kick off in the absence of hands. I do believe all of these presented on the list we should send a request into, with the exception of municipal affairs, because I'm not sure we have something right within that topic. I think we could have value in a conversation with the Minister of Infrastructure around our school site, with assisted living and social services, around our resolution that's coming forward, Tourism and sport, I think we haven't had a lot of movement on that, but it wouldn't hurt to ask because we haven't had that formal meeting. Education and childcare, I'll be honest, maybe this is one that I'm not sure that we need it on the list with where things are going and the fact that we've already had that formal meeting in Sylvan Lake. I'm not sure how fruitful that will be. And Adriana LaGrange would certainly be one that putting in the request would be valuable. I'm not sure if we would get it given our proximity and with what's happening, but we haven't put in a request since she's changed into that office. So it's my recommendation, but open to those and any others, Council. Councillor Iwanicki?
Do we have any idea when that community needs assessment is coming back?
Ms. Phillips?
Next year, late next year, probably, yes. It's combined with the building one as well, so it's quite a complex project, so yes, and a lot of community engagement.
Yeah, I was just thinking it might have some overlap with Minister Williams or some other department, but if we won't have it before munis, then don't worry about it.
Councillor Ostindi?
I basically concur with the ask the whole list with that slight caution with the Minister of Municipal Affairs. However, at the same time, he is our greatest insider advocate for infrastructure dollars, which we are all sadly lacking. Any municipality in this province. So maybe a discussion with him about the needs of our town and how that relates to budgets, grants, et cetera, would be worth it. But I agree. Pretty much ask all of them, knowing we won't be able to see all of them. But I think we could pull off conversations, and they are only 15 minutes long. So. Those are fast conversations that I think we could easily fill the time.
Additional thoughts, Council? Councillor Bilodeau?
Well, so I'm assuming that Honorable Nathan Neudorf would be our Minister for Seniors Housing as well? Assisted living?
Yes.
Yep. So, and we already have an ask. Can we add items to the ask?
Absolutely,
Yeah,
yes.
I mean,
yeah, any feedback here. We don't need a
kick it
formal
off.
motion for this. This is just informal direction,
Yes.
and we'll draft the letters of request.
Okay.
So that's very
Yep.
helpful. And we'll initially give them just a topic or two, and then if they accept our request and book a meeting, then they'll ask for further details. So at that point, it would come back, likely circulated by email, saying, here's the topics we'd like on the agenda. Is there anything else? So we'll get a couple kicks at the can if we get a meeting.
Okay,
That's great. Councillor Hannison, any thoughts?
No, I think Minister Williams would be a good one, especially at that time with the new provisions to the counselor accountability framework and stuff like that. Not sure when that would come out, before or after, but I think he'd be a good guy to talk to as well if we have questions at that point about whatever that might be.
With that, I'm hearing leave it all on. My other suggestion to potentially remove was education. Is that one that would you like to see it remain on the list?
If we agree that it's an advocacy point, it has to stay on, period. Yeah.
Perfect, the list remains. Ms. Phillips?
I was just thinking with that one, it might be worth a conversation of the future of the existing school too.
Yeah, so that'd be great.
That doesn't necessarily need to be there, but something that you keep getting asked, so, yeah.
Great, excellent. Thank you very much. We will continue on to our next agenda item. Callie and I will get our pens moving later this week and get those requests coordinated. Next up, request to award RFP for permitting and licensing software.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, Council. This is to request Council approval to award the RFP for permitting and licensing software. As part of the town's Housing Action Plan commitments under our HAF agreement, Planning and Development committed to implementing a new electronic permitting process for building and development permits. This process is intended to help make it easier for applicants to apply for permits while also streamlining the review process. The Town put out a call for proposals to identify a software solution that could meet our needs across the department. The RFP opportunity was posted on the Alberta Purchasing Connection website as well as the town's website. Administration received 12 proposals for the project, and pricing ranged from $65,000 to $467,000. After reviewing proposals to determine the ability to meet the town's needs and engaging in demonstrations, as well as hearing from municipalities already using the software, administration has selected CityView, which is a product of Harris Computer Company. At this time, administration respectfully recommends awarding the RFP for permitting and licensing software to Harris Computer Corporation for the implementation of CityView for an amount not to exceed $450,000 excluding GST.
Thank you. We'll start with any questions, Council. Councilor Iwanicki.
Did anyone from administration have an opportunity to sort of test any of these softwares out in practice?
Yes, so administration did get demonstrations of the top 3 proposals that we selected. We had multiple demonstrations, actually. We also engaged with a couple of municipalities using 2 of the major ones, the larger software companies. We spoke to them and they showed us how they used the software and what their thoughts were on 2 of the software products that we were considering. So we did get to see them sort of in use and speak to those using them.
And sorry, is the one that's being recommended to approve one of the ones that was tested out?
Yes, it was. We'll also say that, I'll just add that Superior Safety Codes is also using this product. And between the 2 that we were debating between, they were using both products in different municipalities that they currently work for and had high recommendations for this product.
That's great. Councillor Cindy.
Just a question on ongoing budget. The maintenance fee for the software will come out of Housing Accelerator Fund money for some length of time. Eventually that money would be gone. Is that just an anticipated cost out of operating budget then? And when would that switch over occur? Can we roughly estimate?
That's a good question. Yes, so it will become an operating budget, an annual operating budget cost. We do currently have multiple softwares that we do have those annual fees for. At this point, we've included budget money for 1 year under half, and council will have the opportunity to discuss if they'd like to pay for multiple years into the future up front, with which we can look at negotiating with the software company the rate on that if we're to pay up front.
Additional questions? Councillor Johannesson?
Yeah, thank you. So Ms. Devlin, I'm just curious, I think you said the ranges were like 40,000 to 400. What, I guess, what's the difference? What were the main differences that you guys found from like the lower end and obviously the higher end? That's obviously a 10 times difference from 40 to 400. So what are we getting with the kind of the higher end compared to what we might not be getting with the lower end of it?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Johannesson. That's a good question. I will say that the software proposals were really varied and ranged in scope significantly. So we got multiples that did come in with well-defined products, multiple modules, clearly built for municipal needs. So the product, and a few of them at the higher end address permitting, building permit needs, development permit needs, licensing. So this product will also get a new business licensing solution with as well. And they're capable of accommodating multiple other modules such as enforcement or the potential for cemeteries in the future. The ones that came in at the bottom end, which was around $60,000, those ones were not well defined. They were smaller corporations that were ready to build a product that could meet our needs. They did not have municipal clients, any that were referenced, or very few, and lots of them were out of the United States, where their processes and their systems are very different. We did see a couple of the companies were targeted specifically towards education or the healthcare sector. So they were looking to expand or had a couple of clients in the municipal sector, but again, that wasn't their primary goal of their software. The ones that we were looking at and the three that we demoed and tested were very specifically built for permitting and licensing for Canadian municipalities and the purposes that we were looking to have them for.
Just follow up.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, that's great. I appreciate that, Ms. Devlin. I guess the other one would be, so with the kind of top end one that you guys are recommending, with the ability to do kind of different things, business licensing and stuff like that, does that have the potential to save us money on certain things in the future, if we can kind of all do that with one platform?
Yes, I would think that in terms of cost savings, that's hard to say. Likely with implementation all being unrolled at one time and a solution that speaks to each other and is purpose-built to work collaboratively, I think there's probably definitely cost savings down the road rather than getting 2 or potentially 3 different softwares that then have to be built to work together and bridged together in that kind of regard. It's a little difficult to answer that question, I guess, if we're talking about doing licensing, for example, under a different software product. But I think ideally, the more uses we can get under one tool, the better it is.
Awesome. And just finally, so I guess, and I think you might have answered this already, but this, just for the record, this software will help make everyone's job a little bit easier and more time efficient, I'd imagine then as well.
Yes, that is the goal of this, to make it hopefully easier for applicants that are making applications. They can do that online without having to come into the office and have a clear process flow for them on their end, integrated payment systems and automated messaging right to their inbox, which should be quicker and easier on their end. And from administration's end, it will help us do integrated referrals, for example, on development permits with simple clicks of selecting the parcel rather than having to go into a totally different program to do those types of things. It'll create our mail merges. It'll automatically notify applicants that their application has been received. Even those simple time savings of having to send emails to people, letting them know those things or letting them know their payment is due, those types of things, the system will automate all of that for us. I'll just also mention on the business licensing side, it will also automate business licensing and auto-notify and email all of those renewals out. That is a very time-consuming and manual process that takes well over a week for administration to currently do. So with the one touch of a button to send those referrals, we'll be able to save a lot of time and resources in doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions, Council? Councillor Bilodeau.
I will just say most of my prepared questions were answered already, thank you. But I was just curious, how long has this been in the works? Like, how long has the town been waiting for this kind of software purchase to be realized?
I think I could probably safely say it's been over 10 years that the town has been hoping for new software like this. I think it came down to cost at the end of the day, as that software like this is hard to budget for because it is so costly. So we're very excited that the Housing Accelerator Fund was able to make this a reality for us.
Implementation. I'm curious, if approved tonight, when do we expect to start accepting some applications through the system?
I'm not 100% sure a final time frame for that. I would say it's probably going to take up to a year to get the entire system up and implemented fully. We are looking at some interim measures to start accepting some applications online sooner than that, which could be within the next couple of months. So once if council approves the report tonight, we'll go back and finalize negotiations with the software company and finish our negotiations on some of that, and we'll have a better idea. So once we have that time frame nailed down, we can report that back to council.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further hands, would someone like to make a motion? Councillor Bilodeau, thank you.
make the motion that council award the RFP for permitting and licensing software to Harris Computer Corporation for the implementation of CityView for an amount not to exceed $450,000, excluding GST, plus additional annual maintenance fees using Housing Accelerator funding, the half as outlined in AIR 1462.
Excellent. We'll open it up for comments, debate. Seeing none, the motion's on the floor. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Council, we've reached just over an hour, so let's take a 10-minute break. We will come back in under the pilot project golf cart bylaw. Mr. Lebsack, I know we've received this report, but certainly if you can give us a summary of just the specific change we're looking for here.
Certainly, Your Worship and Council. So again, we're bringing this one back for third reading. And what this one is it's adding the commercial aspect to the golf cart bylaw, as well as adding that one stretch of roadway formally into the 40-kilometer-hour zone on Memorial Trail that would take us out to Pogettle Park.
Sorry to interject. I just want to be clear. Both of those things were already approved, so are we not only looking at the insurance change this time?
So this is the insurance change, but this is the one that has to go back to the province now for the minister's signature. So we need third reading on this bylaw as it's reading today, because we didn't get third reading on it before, so we have to send it back to the province for their signature on it. So it would include all of those, including the insurance as well, yes.
But just for clarity, those were passed previously, so those aren't part of this. The only change in this one, if I'm understanding correctly, is the insurance? Because we did pass it, they just came back and said the insurance needed to be changed. Is that not correct?
Yes, sorry, that is correct,
Okay.
yes. Thank
Great.
you, yes.
I just want to make sure
we've done it
this
enough
isn't-
times, that's right, we've done it enough times, you're correct, that is right, yes.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to check that this wasn't more expansive than I had caught. So, Councillor Ostindi, you had a quick question? Sure.
Yeah. Question just regarding the other side of Memorial Trail, the gravel section as we refer to it now. What is the speed limit on that section currently? Is that also 40?
That's correct. Through the chair, that's currently 40 right now. And the question I thought you were asked is, yes, it will be rebuilt this fall after the golf season ends.
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry, was there anything I cut you off on that presentation? I want to make sure we're...
No, thank you for clarifying that, but that was the extent of the presentation for third reading.
Excellent. Would someone like to make we'll start with questions, then we'll put the motion for discussion. Any questions? Additional? Great. Someone like to put the motion on the floor? Councillor Bilodeau?
I'd like to make the motion that council approves third reading of the pilot project golf carts bylaw 1958-2026 as presented in report AIR 1457.
Excellent. We'll open it up for discussion, council. Great. Seeing no hands, we got a motion on the floor. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Next, we'll move along to traffic safety bylaw. Mr. Lebsack, welcome back.
Your Worship and Council, thank you. So this one here, as you can see, we proposed the traffic safety bylaw for first reading at the May 12th regular meeting of Council. Council approved first reading as part of the consent agenda, however requested that it be brought to governance and priorities meeting for further discussion. So we did do that. We had some further discussion there. And beyond the couple of different definitions that they were requesting clarification for, so we've added that there as well. We also were requested clarification on the ability to put scooters onto the roadways as getting them off sidewalks and trails to try and create less congestion on the sidewalks and trails. So that's what this report is bringing forward. The clarification of definitions has been presented in the second reading, and we've gone with 3 definitions there. You can see we have one for bicycle, we have one for e-scooter, we have one for prohibited miniature vehicle. We took those definitions pretty much out of the regulations that are attached to the Traffic Safety Act, just to try and make sure that we had clarity and consistency throughout everything. And so that's where we've gotten those kind of landed on 3 definitions as opposed to any additional ones. It's just to try and make sure that it stays consistent with the Traffic Safety Act and the regulations that go along with it. The second part of that was we checked with our legal at Brownlee LLP for clarification on having e-scooters travel on roadways. And you will not find this surprising, but they've been asked this question numerous times over the last, say, year to year and a half, as many communities are dealing with e-scooters and e-bikes at this point in time. And as you can see there, the Brownlee provided, I didn't provide the whole written response for you, but that is a quote directly out of their summary, is that the TSA implicitly forbids the operation of e-scooters on roads through the requirement under section C52(1)A that except as otherwise permitted under the TSA, a person shall not operate or park a motor vehicle trailer unless there's a subsisting certificate of registration issued in respect of that vehicle. So again, it says there, because an individual cannot register an e-scooter, they cannot legally travel on roads or as they use highways there. And I guess the differentiation between that and a bicycle is that in the regulations, an e-scooter is classified as a restricted miniature vehicle, and a bicycle is simply classified as a bicycle. So the Traffic Safety Act is the one that makes that differentiation, certainly not us or any differentiation within our bylaw. So with that, we are bringing forward the traffic safety. Oh, I guess the other part of it that maybe isn't written there, but certainly that I was discussing with communications is that the way just for clarification, the way the bylaw is currently written, e-scooters, e-bikes, as they're classified there, are allowed on any trail, pathway, or sidewalk within the municipality unless prohibited through signage. So at this point in time, the way the bylaw is written, there is no prohibited signage throughout the municipality. That's where bicycles, e-scooters, e-bikes are allowed right now. If we wanted to prohibit them from any certain area, we would have to put up signage under the direction of council for that purpose. Just to be clear on that part. And I believe that is, yeah, that's the clarification there. And so again, we're asking for second and possibly third reading on the traffic safety bylaw.
Sure. We'll start with questions. Councillor Ostindi and Councillor Awanicki.
Trying to get
Councillor
clarity on the private e-scooters. As I understand it, they are prohibited miniature vehicles. However, we don't have them listed in our definitions found on the proposed bylaw on page 170. Is that so that we can allow them in some spaces? I'm just really trying to get on that private e-scooter piece. Where are we coming in contradiction with the provincial lack of rules or lack of permission from the province?
I believe I'm going to say correct in what you said. So yes, so we've identified e-scooters specifically through definition in our bylaw and listed it throughout the bylaw specifically, and we do not differentiate between a corporate e-scooter and a private e-scooter. So should this bylaw go through, the private e-scooters would also be permitted along with corporate e-scooters if they get their business licensing in place.
If they get what? I didn't catch the last piece.
If all their business licensing and requirements are in place.
So
Yes.
private e-scooter would never get a business license. So they would never be.
The private e-scooters would be permitted as part of this bylaw, as well commercial e-scooters would be permitted if the commercial e-scooters get all their business licensing lined up.
Okay, subsequent. Are we going to be right away potentially challenged by anybody? The province doesn't allow them, but we allow them. What's that legal background we got from Brownlee then? Did they speak to that specifically?
Yeah, so I believe the definition or the clarification from Brownlee is that if we clarify these in our traffic safety bylaw and only allow them on sidewalks, trails, pathways, then they're permitted. They would never ever be permitted on a roadway/highway.
Questions for clarity? Iwanicki and then Bilodeau.
So I read the definition of bicycle includes an electric powered assisted bicycle. What about the ones that don't have pedals? Are those just the prohibited miniature vehicles then?
That's correct. These would fall under prohibited miniature vehicles.
Councillor Bilodeau, your question.
My question was, is now a good time to discuss, now that we've clarified where the e-scooters can be, should we be discussing speed limits? You know, and is this the place?
I'll say, any questions we'll start with, and then absolutely, those are all within this bylaw, if that's something we chose to introduce. Mr. Lebsack.
Your worship, so far, if we're looking at this point for clarification, the bylaw does state on all trails and pathways 20 kilometers an hour.
Great. Seeing no further questions, we do already have a motion on the floor by Councillor Mearns that we tabled at the last meeting, so we will pick that back up. We don't need a new motion tonight to do that. And we'll enter into discussion. And I'd be happy to kick off. That wasn't a full hand anywhere. I guess saying, one, I think clarity on communications is so important. I have never seen the town publish something saying that e-scooters are not allowed on a roadway, and we probably should start with that. That is not something we can change. It is effective before immediately. So really clear communication on that, I think. And although we don't have the ability to mandate anything around roadways, we still get to choose sidewalks and trails. And I do think there's some further discussion. I'll be honest, I'd love to have a bit of that, but I think this will likely, I want to see this come back at a future meeting to make sure we get that right, because there's some things that I think we should be able to mandate, even when you're using it on sidewalks and trails. Things like anything with wheels should yield to a pedestrian when you're on those pedestrian corridors. At absolute minimum, there should be things around no doubling on e-scooters, you know, bikes if you have an approved safety seat, but we see a lot of that being a challenge. So I do think there's some things that we could control through this bylaw to ensure that pedestrians do have the right-of-ways. Another one, did some research after our resident reached out with a suggestion about bike bells, and I'll say bikes, but really scooter bells, anything. So you have that warning, and in fact, that's already provincial law. We don't need to put that in here, but as a part of our communications, it would be great to say, did you know you can never put any scooter on the road? Did you know every single bicycle in Sylvan Lake has to have a horn or a bell? Already done by provincial legislation. And ensure that we are enforcing those things. As I look, helmets is another one that I'd love to see in this when it comes to that use. As I look to the enforcement stats later in our agenda, we haven't noted any of the tickets involving helmets, and I would love to see that number highlighted. I'd love to start talking about it. We do have a problem, in my opinion, in Sylvan Lake that, and this is a parent problem, but I think it's also a community problem in terms of kids just not wearing helmets, and I'd love to have a firm stance on that one. So happy to see this come back with our feedback. I don't think we're gonna get to that place, but yeah, interested in communicating out what we know in the short term while we get all of those details correct. Councillor Ostindi, was that a hand to go next partially? Sure.
Speaking to two thoughts right now, I think the speed limits of our motorized vehicles on the waterfront zone, we should lower on those trails. I support that notion. I think it should be down to 10, though I am fine with the 20 on other trails. I can support that amendment when we get to it or make it. And the other one that I don't know if it's more controversial or not, but I do not support e-scooters on sidewalks. And I don't support bikes there either, except for the youngest ages, which we have in our bylaw currently, I believe. I'd have to double check that, of course. But sidewalks aren't designed for small or big vehicles that go much higher speeds than mobility devices and pedestrians. And even in countries where they are very acceptable to have everything from mopeds to electric miniature cars to whatever, they never, ever put them on a sidewalk. And because sidewalks have this great contrast with the speed of a pedestrian. That is the number one reason. Another reason is sight lines. Hedges, driveways, sidewalks that merge into other sidewalks are not designed for higher speed intersection. They are designed for pedestrians to come together. That's how they're designed. The width of them, the angles of them, the sight lines of them. And the next thought on sight lines is sidewalks are typically beside, even on quiet streets like the one I live on, parked cars. And we all know when we learned how to ride a bike that you had to watch for car doors. And that's, for those reasons I said what I said, and that's, I can't support electric scooters on sidewalks. And I know there's some interest in having children on e-scooters on electric on sidewalks. I've heard that comment, and I'd say we do a double think on that as parents and grandparents to say, if a child is not wary enough of the road rules, they are definitely not wary enough for the sidewalk risks. And so that's why I support a young child on a bicycle and those trikes and all those things and going with their family. But I have a serious concern with the higher speed, very hard objects called e-scooters, except on trails. And roadways, I'd support them on roads, but the province won't let us. So I go around and then I can maybe make an amendment and once people have a chance to discuss.
Ms. Phillips.
I intended on bringing my map down. I had our GIS gentleman do up a map for me of the trails. I don't disagree with you, but our trails also don't connect. So it would mean, and that's okay, if, I just want to make sure council's aware, so then if someone's only allowed on a trail, then they go in this little area and they can't get out. And so if that's the intent, I just want to make sure you're clear on that we don't have a lot of connectivity, but.
Yeah,
That's the only
I'm fully
indication.
aware of that. That
Okay.
was in my mind.
I assumed,
long
but-
before this meeting, and that's the same thing that happens with some of our golf cart areas too. We do not have full connectivity. And that's part of the problem we're facing is we're still in the age of the car and we haven't moved on as a society. Our infrastructure sucks for today's behaviors. And you know, as much as I'm making these arguments, I know there's parents on my street in the last few days, in the last, say, 10 days, I've watched electric motorbikes, electric scooters, racing back and forth on the street I live on, onto the sidewalk, off the sidewalk, through the stop sign, into the park, off the park, everywhere. So I know that's what's going on, but we who are consciously thinking about these rules and the potential for danger and trying to be as wise as we can be, can make these comments that I make.
Additional comments, Council? Councillor Bilodeau, do you want to jump in next with your thoughts on speed limits and anything else?
Sure. I just, you know, hearing the feedback from residents, we've heard about different incidents around town where people are coming quite quickly on, I think it's more e-scooters, but it could be even happening on bikes. And now I've also witnessed all these e-dirt bikes around town, which we have clearly now defined in the bylaw as being prohibited. So they're not even allowed on the road. But, you know, and so if I'm hearing right, we've just said that the e-scooters have to be on the sidewalk and they can't be on the road. So what is the solution? The solution could, it sound to me, it is only that, why don't we regulate the speed so that we're reducing the risk of harm for children, for anybody that are on these electronic scooters and bikes. And I would look for a recommendation from administration as to what that speed limit would be and where it needs to be. Is it just everywhere? Probably be easier if you're on a scooter, you just say you can maximum 20 so that we can signage it all around town. But I think that if we take them off the road and put them on the sidewalk and the sidewalk is a problem, how do we fix the problem? They're not going away. There's just far too many in town. So we need to allow them to stay in the space they're already using, but more safely, and we've got to reduce the speed. So,
Mr. Lebsack, a bit of a question. One of the other conversations we had was around age limits. Is that still something we can mandate for this sidewalk or trailway, wherever that other usage is?
Your Worship, I'm hesitating because yes, it absolutely is something that we can mandate, and I'm trying to remember what the provincial regulation is right now, but I can't remember. But I believe it is 14, but it could be 12 for e-scooters. But I can look that up quickly. But certainly the age limit is something that we could mandate.
So the province already has one.
No.
There's another fun fact to share out. If they actually are currently not permitted from anyone under the age of 12, but they sell the version for a 5-year-old, I see why residents are confused when retail tells you one message and law tells you another.
If I can add to that, Your Worship, that's kind of one of the main concerns we have with the little miniature motorbikes too. Mm-hmm. You can buy them anywhere. You can buy them at a retail store. You can buy them online. You can get them shipped here. But they're not legal to ride anywhere except on private property. But they're coming in hot and heavy into the community.
Councillor Iwanicki had a
Yeah, and I'm just trying to find an answer to my own question and didn't immediately. Because what I gathered when I read it the first time is the speed limit's only applied on the pathways, not on the sidewalks. Do we have a speed limit for sidewalks? Okay. That might also be something to consider. Although, do the sidewalks, are they considered part of the highway system? So would they have a speed limit by default of the roadway? No?
I would say no, because the Traffic Safety Act in terms of highways does not include sidewalks, boulevards, those kinds of things. It just is the actual roadway itself.
Okay.
So, Ms. Phillips, I guess I'll ask for your direction on this. Knowing we know what we know, it completely changes the last conversation. I think I've heard some appetite to talk about what kind of things we need to talk about for safety on our sidewalks and our trails, and even potentially whether each of those places is appropriate. How do we have that conversation in the context of a bylaws already on the floor here? And it sounds like we have some more work to do, or at least some further discussion. And knowing this is not an urgent item, we are, it defaults back to provincial regulation in the short term. We obviously need to do some, not urgent, but I don't want to wait on communications on the things that are already legislated to us, but having a final answer on all the other details may not be of urgency in this meeting. How do we get there?
I mean, because it's only second reading, you could give second reading with the direction to come back with further changes based on what we heard tonight. And then we could update that and maybe do a little more. Sidewalks, we're not hearing anything clear though. That's the one, you know, is it, we allow it on sidewalks and introduce a lower speed limit on sidewalks, or we could bring back two options, one with that and one with just banning them entirely. We could then also have the map that shows the lack of connectivity in the community and just take this information back and what can be permitted on the sidewalks, what's provincially legislated, like the, you know, if it's 12 years old for a scooter, then our bylaw won't go against that. So.
Councillor Iwanicki.
Yeah, as far as banning on sidewalks is concerned, my big concern is at that point, you may as well just ban them, right? Because nobody, or not nobody, very few people could walk out their back door and get to the pathway. So everybody's going to be breaking the rule for at least a block or two, you know? So if that's the case, we're just basically forcing people to do that. Like, so I wouldn't, knowing now that we can't restrict them from sidewalks because then they couldn't go on the roadways, I'd lean towards just leaving them on the sidewalks. Would be my preference. So just food for thought if we end up voting in the future.
So perhaps if I could suggest then, if we go forward with second reading, we do not set a date for third reading. I know we have talked about this many times, but the information is dramatically different from the last time we talked about it. I wonder if we could have a set of questions around sidewalks, age limit, helmets, and yielding to pedestrians that could come back at a GP meeting later in the summer, and then from then those edits could be moved into third reading, and we can decide whether we've changed it too far or that we need to start from scratch, or what our process would be from there. How do we feel about that, Council? Councillor Ostindi? I'm seeing a thumbs up from Councillor Johannesson.
Yeah, I'm kind of a thumbs up on that. I have a vision of, just to answer a thought in the direction I'd want to go is, I don't want, other than mobility aids, which is the provisions are given by provincial statute already. I don't want to see other motorized vehicles on a sidewalk, period, even though it puts this dilemma that where do I go now that I bought something from Costco problem. What I envision, though, is them being on the road in the future. The province is reviewing these transportation rules right now. They've promised new regulation is coming. I want to have a bylaw that's ready for that envision. And I believe they will be on the roadways. And so I speak very strongly about taking them off sidewalks, but I speak very strongly about allowing them in the right place where they don't conflict with sight lines, danger, and pedestrians. That's where I'm going in a sense. I'm looking long-term, not just today.
That's great. Thank you. Okay, we have a motion for second reading on the floor. It is already there from Councillor Mearns. Sorry, sure.
Procedurally, do we want to have it tabled like it was before so that we're not then at the crunch at the very end the next time and just going to a governance meeting so that we have two options to think it through again, aside from the governance procedures meeting, I mean.
I'm open to that. I would suggest then we make a motion to table it to the September 21st meeting, potentially. That gives us lots of time to get to a GP meeting and knowing the lack of urgency. And since I've said it, why don't we call that my motion? I'd make a motion to table it to the regular meeting of council, September 21st. Any further comment? All those in favor? And opposed? I would ask Ms. Phillips, would you like another motion around short-term communications? Just because I've spoken on that, but I'm not sure if anyone else on council would like that communicated.
We have been discussing internally, doing some communications, but as always, if you would like to make a motion, it makes it very clear that the expectation of council is we get some communications out around clarification on what we brought forward previously, as well as the proper messaging. So, yeah.
I'd love to make that motion, that we direct administration to provide, or to research and begin communicating the current status of this decision. So saying, hey, council's been talking about it, a decision's been delayed. In the meantime, these are all the things you need to know, and specifically including things like helmets, bells, and roadway usage, because those already exist within provincial legislation. That's not a well-worded motion, so I'm not sure how to crop that down a little bit. So maybe the motion to direct administration to create a communication plan on the current status of e-scooters, bicycles, and other modes of transportation uses in Sylvan Lake. We'll go with that. Any comments, council? Okay. Motion on the floor. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Next, we'll move along to correspondence and information items, council. Is there anything on there that we'd like to discuss? I would like to flip to page 197, the municipal enforcement quarterly stats. And once I get there, I will get to my comments. So my request is that in future helmets be added to this. And I also was confused around the unsightly properties, the fact that there was 119 warnings and not a single ticket. I guess clarification is, did all 119 of those properties clean up after the warning? Or is that still outstanding? I'm surprised to see a 0 in the second column there.
Your worship, yeah, so at this point in time, all of those would still be outstanding because there's a 30-day and or a 45-day period once we issue a warning or a citation, or before we can issue a citation. So those would either have been cleaned up or they're still in that waiting period time.
Got it. Great, thank you. Councillor Awaniki, Bilodeau?
And then I know we're going to do an end of summer kind of, I don't know, roundup, debrief, whatever we want to call it. Are we going to have some of the stats on the beachfront enforcement, like warnings versus tickets for the tenting? As an example.
Yes, Councillor Iwanicki, we'll have a full wrap-up of all our enforcement actions and activities, citations, everything like that, probably in early October.
If I could just jump back to my question before I jump to you. There also was 14 of these unsightly property warnings in the first quarter, so those would have definitely exceeded that. Do we truly have a 100% compliance rate on those?
Yes?
Okay, amazing. Councillor Bilodeau.
My question was around the golf cart bylaw warnings. We had 3, and I was curious, if we know, what was the warning about?
So to Councillor Bilodeau, yeah, all 3 of those warnings were on seatbelts. Seatbelts. So not people not wearing seatbelts.
Thank you, great question. Any additional questions on any of our information items? Seeing none, we will move along to council requests for information and updates. Council, do we have anything you'd like to bring up? Councillor Ostindi.
I had a motion for information and direction for administration regarding the alleged threats, and do that now?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. I move that town administration engage with the RCMP and municipal affairs regarding the alleged threats to a councillor and the risks to council, staff, and the public attending the municipal government building, and report to council as soon as reasonably possible.
Ms. Phillips, in terms of process, does that, because it is stemming off of an existing agenda item, is that fine as a motion as a standalone, or do we need a approval for a notice of motion without notice? Emergent, thank you.
I think, I mean, it's a gray area, but I do believe because it was an item that was accepted on the agenda, it relates to an agenda item. I think it's okay to have it on there without a notice.
Thank you.
I do have one question of clarification. Report back as soon as reasonably possible via email, being that we are on summer break. Is that suitable rather than a special meeting?
Yeah, no format needed.
Okay. Perfect,
Yeah.
thank you.
That's great. Any additional comment? Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Any additional items under council request for information? Seeing none, we will, it's me. Hang tight, let me skip to that page. I do have a notice of motion. Just for review, council. It is as follows. I propose that administration bring back a report prior to the 2027 budget deliberations with information on alternative taxation options available. The report should include, but not limited to, information on the following: vacant property taxes, minimum tax rates, derelict property taxes, short-term rental tax rates, and variable tax classes for annexed lands. And we will discuss that at the meeting following later this summer. Next, we'll move into our closed sessions. I'll ask for the motion to go into closed for this, but then knowing the time that we're at and knowing the lengthy amount of items we have ahead of us, let's take a 15-minute break before we actually start that agenda item. So could someone make that motion? Councillor Awaniki?
Yeah, I move that council move to a closed meeting to discuss privileged information and that this item shall remain confidential pursuant to section 32(1) of the Access to Information Act, SA 2024 CA 1.4 and section 197 sub 2 of the Municipal Government Act, RSA 2000 M-26.
Excellent. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Council, let's take a 15-minute recess to grab a snack, and then we'll head into that item. Thank you.
Yeah, I move that we,
Go ahead. I just always defer to you on this.
no,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
that's kind of, I move that we revert back to the regular meeting of council.
Excellent. Motion on the floor. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Would someone care to make a motion to extend past 3 hours? Councillor Villado. Just with your mic.
I make a motion that we extend past 7 o'clock.
Excellent. Thank you. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Would someone like to make Councillor Owinicky, another motion?
Yep, I move the council move to a closed meeting to discuss information that is or will be available to the public, and this item shall remain confidential pursuant to Section 34(1) of the Access to Information Act, SA 2024 CA-1.4, and Section 197 sub 2 of the Municipal Government Act, RSA 2000 M-26.
All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to come out of closed session. Councillor Johansson.
I move that we revert back to the regular meeting of council.
Excellent. All those in favor? And opposed? Councillor Bilodeau.
I'd like to make a motion that council approves the amendments to the ground lease agreement with Hard for Sports Entertainment Limited as presented in report AIR 1452.
Excellent. Any comments, council? All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Councillor Iwanicki.
I move that council move to a closed meeting to discuss advice from officials, and this item shall remain confidential pursuant to section 29 sub 1 of the Access to Information Act, SA 2024 CA-1.4, and section 197 sub 2 of the Municipal Government Act, RSA 2000 M-26. What was that noise?
I think that was mic feedback.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Motion on the floor. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. We will head back. Councillor Ostindi, would you like to make a motion?
Okay, I move that the closed session concludes and council reverts back to the regular meeting of council.
All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Do you have another one for us? Councillor Bilodeau.
I'd like to make a motion that council partner with the Sylvan Lake Foundation on an affordable seniors housing project by supporting pre-development activities with a grant of up to $710,000, and that administration work with the foundation to enter into an agreement on the utilization and reporting of the funds.
Excellent. Any conversation? All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Any additional motions? Who is making the last? Just straightening our wording. Councillor Bilodeau, go ahead.
Make a motion that council directs administration to undertake a parking study utilizing half funds for the project, and that administration bring back quotes for the demolition of the Old Town office and explore options around the redevelopment of the site with an update to be provided to council by the end of August.
Excellent.
They are quite different, but I mean, it's fine.
Great.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, we have a motion on the, oh, go ahead. Split it.
I'd like to see it split up.
Okay.
I think it just makes it
Makes
convoluted.
it cleaner for
We have a
completion.
request to split the motion. So Councillor Bilodeau, let's address the parking side of your motion first. We did hear it, so you don't have to repeat it. I think we're okay. Any questions on the parking one? All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. And then we'll deal with the second portion of that motion relating to the old town hall property. And I think we already have that. Any questions, council? Great. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried unanimously. I'll make a motion that we extend this meeting 1 additional hour past 8 o'clock. All those in favor? And opposed? And Councillor Iwanicki, do you have another motion for us?
I do. I move that council move to a closed meeting to discuss advice from officials, and that this item shall remain confidential pursuant to Section 29(1) of the Access to Information Act, SA 2024 CA-1.4, and Section 197 sub 2 of the Municipal Government Act, RSA 2000 M-26.
Excellent. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Council, let's take 5 minutes of a quick break, and then we will head back again Councillor Ostindi?
I move that the closed session concludes and council reverts back to the regular meeting of council.
All those in favor? And opposed? Councillor Awaniki? Oh, that is carried, sorry. Go ahead.
I move the council move to a closed meeting to discuss privileged information, and this item shall remain confidential pursuant to Section 32(1) of the Access to Information Act, SA 2024, CA-1.4, and Section 197(2) of the Municipal Government Act, RSA 2000 M-26. I'm going to have that memorized pretty soon.
All those in favor? And opposed? That is carried. someone like to bring us out of closed again? Councillor Johannesson, your camera just did this insane zoom thing.
Oh, it's these town devices. It's like it wants to be smart and it has this like zoom in, zoom out. I don't know what goes on with it.
It was like you just touched the magnify level. Do you want to bring us out of closed?
Sure. I move that the closed meeting concludes and that we revert back to the regular meeting of council.
Excellent. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Councillor Awanicki, you've got one more for us.
Move that council move to a closed meeting to discuss advice from officials, and this item shall remain confidential pursuant to Section 29(1) of the Access to Information Act, SA 2024, CA-1.4, and Section 197(2) of the Municipal Government Act, RSA 2000, M-26.
Thank you. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Welcome back. Who would like to take us out of closed? Anybody? Okay, there.
I move that the closed session concludes and council reverts back to the regular meeting of council.
All those in favor? And opposed? That is carried. We've reached the end of our agenda items. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.